This is Today at Keeneland. Gabby Gaudette. Yes, this is Scott Hazelton with you on this
Somewhere
Wednesday.
under there.
It's windy, it's chilly, it's cold, bottom line. And I had to run over to the gift shop. They took care of me again. So gloves, hat, set to go for the afternoon.
It's really bad, though, like in Lexington, Kentucky, when it gets really cold and you are cold, you can't warm up the whole day. Like, you're going to be, even if it's 70 degrees out, you're going to be in this all day.
I might be doing a hit from the hot box in the jock stream at some point today. That is an absolute reality. So 8 race card today. It's closing week here during the Keeneland Fall Meets. 4 more days left. We wrap things up on Saturday before racing heads over to Churchill for a few days and then comes back our way for the World Championships next Friday and Saturday. Breeders' Cup Friday and Saturday, back for a third time here in Lexington at Keeneland Racecourse. So a lot to look forward to per usual. Today it's Wednesday, so it's the Wednesday Challenge. You can enter the Wednesday Challenge. It's $10 to enter at Wagering Central. It's on the first floor of the grandstand. Ask one of the green coats if you can't find Wagering Central. It's a $2,500 guaranteed pool sponsored by Malone's races 3 through 8. It's a $2 mythical win place wager in those final 6 races. So take advantage of the Wednesday Challenge. Take advantage of the soup, the bourbon, and the gift shop.
Butternut sage, soup of the day. I'm going to get myself a cup.
Make sure you eat it quick because it'll cool off real quick. Let's take a look at what we've got as far as carryover. Super High 5 carryover over $8,300. The Toyota Super High 5 in race 8 today. And then the Pick 6 carryover, $30,468 for this Wednesday card. So that's a few things to take a look forward to. Let's go ahead and look back to Sunday, though, and recap the racing from Sunday, starting midway through the card. Street ready. Ian Wilkes, Luis Saez, the Keeneland graduates, doing their thing from that outside draw, drawing in off the also eligible on the turf course.
Getting their one picture taken there as we move it along to the 6th race. We see Happy is a Choice getting up for the victory. Another horse that draws in off the also eligible, another Keeneland September sales graduate. And this one for Johnny Ortiz, who had 2 on the day. I talked to him a little bit later in the afternoon, and he said, you know, that was one of the most exciting days of his career, winning 2 races in a day at Keeneland.
Temple City Terror making it look easy in the Rudin Riddle Dowager Stakes. Another sales grad, I believe only $22,000 is what they purchased this now mare for here at Keeneland. And there she is, hip number 3654. And Brendan Walsh saying how she has really developed. And he never thought they'd be at this point with her, but just goes to show the patience that it took. And Gabby Gaudette with the handicapping angle race, just straight up handicapping of the meet. You did a heck of a job uncovering Ice Orchid that in race number 8 here at Keeneland.
It doesn't always play out, does it? Or pay off. Sometimes they can get trouble trips or whatever, but I was really happy to see her get up for the victory. And Johnny Ortiz, again, with 2 wins on the day. Tyler Gaffalione atop the leaderboard with 14. Todd Pletcher with 9. And we have 4 more days left.
We do.
I was going to say 3. 4 more days left.
On this closing week at Keeneland. Let's go to WKYT for the Wednesday weather.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm WKYT meteorologist Allie Blake, and of course, today it's breezy and cloudy. We're likely to see those horses run, though. There they are on a pretty nice dry track. Likely throughout the day, we see mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures hold into the 50s, low 50s, and with that breeze, it's going to be chilly from time to time. So I hope you have a great day at the races.
Yeah, it's chilly, and the wind here is one of the things that you got to contend with. It's the reality.
It does. It gets so windy.
Make sure you dress warm if you're coming out here and joining us at Keeneland Racecourse. Our full card selections of the day, let's take a look at them. Race 1 through 8. Download the Keeneland Race Day app on your smartphone or tablet to stay current with all of our full card selections.
And looking at the lineup here, we agree in the 2nd race. We also agree in the 4th race, 7th race, 8th race.
So full card plays. Again, Keeneland Race Day app. Download it right now on your smartphone or tablet. Also, give us a follow on Twitter at Keeneland Racing. Also, give at Keeneland Sales a follow on Twitter as well. And we're getting ready for the Keeneland November sale. And Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, and FanDuel TV. Make sure you give them a follow at FanDuel TV and download the FanDuel Plus app. It's available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and you can check out Today at Keeneland each and every race day on FanDuel Racing. So those are the particulars. Let's take a look at our featured event. It's race number 7 today. Race number 7, an allowance race, first level allowance race, 1 1/8 miles on the turf course and scratched 9, 11, and 12. Owls Rocket 7-2, the 7 on the morning line as the favorite.
And that just shows you how tough this race is. A 7-2 morning line favorite, is high. So there are definitely multiple ways to go, especially at this particular distance, 1 1/8 on the turf. But oddly enough, you and I both agree on the hot barn, Todd Pletcher, the 7 Owls Rocket.
Yeah, and let's take you back to his run as we show you 7, 6, and 3 are the top 3 selections for me. We go back to his run just a month ago at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet. He's got just 1 horse beat as they turn for home, and he's only going to end up beating 3/4 of a length in this race. It wasn't the quickest of paces, but he was still able to close, and this was at 1 1/16. So 1 1/8 here today is part of the biggest reason for backing this gelding in the feature today is just that you see that closing finish that he's able to put together. So Irad back in town. He has ridden this horse in the past. His brother Jose was in the saddle that day. So 7-2, 3-1, 2-1, whatever it ends up being, I think you're going to get a solid price because the depth of this field. Verstappen is a 3-year-old son of Warfront who comes off of a strong run at Kentucky Downs. We've seen him here at Keeneland in the past. Going a little bit further of a distance, in fact, 1 3/16, but he's a horse that likes to hold forward position. And then the number 3 horse, Forward Lee, for Joel Rosario and Chad Brown. That's tough to ignore these connections at any point in time. He needs to bounce back off of those 2 races, but the fact that they've got him here at Keeneland, going to trust one of the best trainers in the game, Chad Brown.
Yeah, and he's not dropping in class. He's staying at the same level. I agree with you on the 7 Owls Rocket, but just to add to your point, Scott, that race last time out that he comes out of, you mentioned, slow pace. They really crawled, and this horse was taken back to last, and I thought there was just no way he was going to win that race because of the pace, because of his early positioning, just how the race played out. I think it's going to be completely different today with it seems like there's going to be a faster or at least a very honest pace at 1 1/8. So I do really like the 7 Owls Rocket in here on top. And then my second pick is going to be the number 5 Wake Surf. And we'll take you back to this horse's race at Ellis Park. This was the beginning of August where he was 3rd in that first level allowance race. So just to give you a little bit of a perspective, he broke his maiden last December at Gulfstream Park. He faced Stakes Company earlier this year, straight 3-year-old Stakes Company. In the last 3 starts, he's actually gone against older company. Now, he wheels back around off short rest for Rusty Arnold, and we don't normally see these connections do that, right? So I think that just tells you that either he's doing a little bit better or he's doing well, or there was a legitimate excuse last time out where he's kind of set the pace. Maybe they changed the tactics up and take him off the pace today. So the 5 Wake Surf is the second pick, and I'll also use the number 1 Kitten Mischief for trainer Jonathan Thomas, who comes out of that 3rd place finish last time out at Meadowlands.
Yeah, a lot of ways to go in this 7th race, no question about it. But for more on the feature, time now to check in with Tom Leach.
Tyler Gaffalione will be up on Verstappen in the allowance feature. Tell me about that last race down at Kentucky Downs.
I thought it was a great effort for him that day, coming off a little bit of a layoff there. And, it's a tricky course, but he was there for me every step of the way. We weren't able to get it done that day, but I think it'll set him up nicely for the race here.
Shortens up a little bit. Would that help?
I think so. He just over there, you kind of have to let him get into a rhythm. He's a big, long-striding colt, but I don't see any issues with the cutback.
You're in a hot battle for the riding title here at the fall meet. You won them before, but how much do you think about that during the course of your day?
You always see it. You hear it. People are talking about it, but just come out here and try to do the best of our capability, and I'm just so thankful the horses are running well for me.
Good luck on getting one in the allowance feature.
Thanks so much.
That's Tyler Gaffalione. He'll have them out on Verstappen.
All right, T-Gaff looking to keep it rolling. I'm sure that he will with the live opportunities that he's presented each and every race day here at Keeneland.
Do you like giving people nicknames? T-Gaff, T-Pletch.
That's what the kids do. You got to stay hip, right? That's why I got this hat on. Race number 6, key race of the day for me, as we'll take a look at this sprint race. It's a 2nd level allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up. And he's got a logo. So, I mean, if you got a logo, you can have a nickname, right? Gaffalione? He's got his own logo.
S. Hayes.
Yeah, that doesn't work. I've had plenty of other nicknames that I won't share with you. Zan Al Arab is 2-1 on the morning line. That's the number 3 horse for Brendan Walsh and Shadwell Stable, a filly by Warfront, who we see making we will see make her third start here at Keeneland Racecourse. She ran in against some tough company going back to last year and even in her most recent start, but back on dirt, so we'll see how she fares here today. I've got the 4 on top. Ride the Plan for Ignacio Correas, getting back on dirt. They tried this horse on the turf course. She didn't run all that bad in the end at Kentucky Downs, going 6.5 furlongs back last month in September at Kentucky Downs. She's got 2 wins and 2 seconds this season. She wasn't unveiled until this 4-year-old season down at the fairgrounds. But those dirt races are solid, and we'll take it back to one of them going back to Colonial at the end of July, or Hawthorne, excuse me. This is over in my neck of the woods at Stickney, Illinois. Hawthorne able to win by 10 lengths with she's got an eighth of a mile left, and she's only about 3 lengths clear, and she's going to open up and win by 10. Very fast fractions for this Candy Ride filly, and she runs off the screen and backs it up with another strong performance at Colonial at the end of July. So geared down there. Jareth Loveberry was in the saddle that day. Vince Chaminade rode her in her follow-up race at Colonial and that Kentucky Downs race, so he knows her. So give me Ride the Plan for Nacho Correas. The number 2, Bomb Diggity for Steve Asmussen. Form is there. Barn's having a good meet. Really a big-time bounce-back meet for the Steve Asmussen barn here at Keeneland Racecourse. And then the 7-horse Magic Quest for Rusty Arnold, more form that's easy to look at, and I think should improve second off the layoff here today. So 4-2-7 in a deep 6th race.
I agree with you, so I'm going to stay in the same race. And actually, I go to a horse that you didn't use in the top 3 here, Scott, the 8, Copelia for trainer Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing. Her last race, which we'll show you at Ellis Park, this was on the 7th of August, where she was bet down to favoritism, but she actually lost to Recoded, who's a very nice filly mare in her own right. And I thought she was just involved in a very, very fast pace. But it was a gritty, gutsy effort. They've given her some time since that last race. And this was also 6.5 furlongs. I like the fact that she's shortening up to 6 furlongs. And again, 21-4, 44-1, 109 flat. For 6.5 furlongs in her most recent race. And then final time 1:15-4. So I just thought that was a very hard fought race. I think she has class, but do watch out for the 7 Magic Quest. I had a tough time going against this horse just because that first race off the layoff was against a very good group of fillies, and I think she can bounce back in a big way.
All right, that's Gabby's look at race number 6. It's home field advantage time, a new segment that we've introduced in the latter half of this fall meet, and we'll go to race number 5 today, first level allowance condition, and show you Winworthy. 2 starts, a win and a place, and Winworthy, a noble mission colt for Joe Sharp. We take you back to last fall where this colt was able to win and break his maiden at 1 mile and 3/16 closing, had a quick pace that day. We'll see how the pace develops in this scenario at 1 mile and 1/8. But you've got to respect the 2 runs that he's put together. He comes out of Kentucky Downs and Churchill Downs races, and his previous Keeneland race back in April at 1 mile and 1/8 was not bad either, and that was that runner-up finish. So Winworthy, race number 5, home field advantage runner for this afternoon. Our Keeneland grad spotlight will go back to race number 3, and that will be the number 6 horse, Storm Haven. Storm Haven, hip number 1585. Hammer fell at $170,000. Storm Haven by Nyquist out of the First Dam Storm Spell, bred by Mockmer Hall, owned by Tori Gladwell. So $170,000. The spotlight, Keeneland graduate spotlight, shining on the number 6 in race number 3, Storm Haven for Dallas Stewart.
I picked her. I really liked her. I thought that was a nice effort, first time out for 50 and now stepping up to 75. So we'll see what she can do later today. It's a tough race, but really like the pedigree, really like the effort first time out.
Let's go to our clock report for this Wednesday. The clock reports will keep us in race number 3 and start with the first-time starter, one of 2 first-time starters for trainer Ignacio Correas IV. Adeline Julia worked a half mile in 47 from the gate. That was her most recent workout on the 11th. Actually, 2 workouts back, because she backed it up with another 47 and 2 work, but not out of the gate. Training well. Barn not known for winning first out, but trainer capable, and trainer rider doing well together. That's Vince Chaminade. Over the last 22 combined runs that they've had, 23% win rate for Chaminade and Ignacio Correas. And then in race number 5, the number 4 horse as well, that being Winworthy, the one we just touched on in the home field advantage. Troubled return, should be a lot sharper with 5 breezes since, has performed well on this course, positive rider change. So race number 3, the 4, Winworthy in race number 5, also the number 4 horse. And I think, too, it's a situation where you can just ignore the Churchill turf races and the Kentucky Downs turf races. They're sorting things out over in Louisville, and they've done the best possible that they can at this stage of the game, giving that turf course some rest. But we've seen horses run big and then not in most recent starts back in the springtime. So we'll give Winworthy a pass, and also like the fact that he's working well here at Keeneland Racecourse on our Clocker report.
Yeah, it's just one of those scenarios where horses sometimes take to a turf course or sometimes don't. And I can remember having so many conversations with horsemen at Kentucky Downs prior to the meet, and they're like, we really don't know. You can't really prepare them for it. It's an open field with undulations and divots and everything like that. And some horses love it, some don't.
All right, so that's the Clocker report. Time now for our late pick 4, and we're going to change things up a bit here this morning on Today at Keeneland. And this is a combined ticket. I gave Gabby my numbers. I let her do her work, and you crafted this ticket. So this is the idea. The idea that we have in doing this is that for those of you coming out here or playing at home, get some friends to jump in on a ticket with you, because you can have some more coverage. Obviously, splitting tickets makes it a little bit easier in that sense. So it's a popular way of doing things. I know we've been on a lot of tickets together through the years, whether it's between the two of us or colleagues over at FanDuel TV. So this is the approach that we're taking here today.
Yeah, so race 5, we are all over the map in race 5. You like 3 different horses. I like 2 out of those 3, or 1 out of those 3. We both agree on the 2 horse running B in the first leg for trainer Chad Brown. So I ultimately decided to hit the all button because I thought the 1 Warbird was interesting. I also thought Policy Option, the 3, was interesting. Winworthy, we've been talking about pretty much all morning. Epithium could definitely run well. And then we have the 2 outside runners, Mount Rundle for Michelle Nihei and the 11 Catnip that I like. So we are all over the map in the 5th race. That's why I decided to do the all button there. In the 6th race, we use the 2, 4, 7, and the 8. I prefer the number 8 horse, Copelia, on top. I like the 7, Magic Quest, but you also like the 4, Ride the Plan. So we had coverage there. And then in the 7th race, we both agree on the 7. Now, that is a tough race, but I think in this sequence, Scott, especially when you're playing together, if you agree on one race and it happens to be the leading trainer here who is having an outstanding meet, you single and you save money in that race instead of trying to overthink it. And then in the 8th race, you originally had the all button in the 8th and final race, but we agree pretty much with the exception of 1 horse. So your top 3, I combine your top 3 and my top 3 to come up with the 3, 5, 10, and the 11.
Yeah, that last race, I mean, Master Game, if the class drop works out for him, he could run off the screen. But if there's so many ifs, I mean, this is the last race always so tricky because of the levels in which we're dealing with, whether it's, in this situation, a maiden 40 or a situation where we got a turf race, which always seem to be wide open and have phenomenal finishes. So the racing office knows what they're doing when putting these races together and putting them in certain spots. They want it to be a challenge. They are hoping that you'll have to have some coverage and want the more wide open races to be latter in the card when it comes to the pick 4, pick 5, and of course the pick 6. So $80 investment.
That's what I thought. The 3 Master Game, I think personally, is the likeliest winner in the last race, and we'll talk about him more in just a minute. I didn't want to waste too much money in that last race. If he wins, he's probably going to be a shorter price. If he loses, I think the 3 other horses in there are logical.
I can't disagree. That's why I went to the all button there and my ticket that I had passed along to you. So combine your tickets with some folks out here or if you're playing at home. Let's get into our best angles of the day, and we're going to go to race number 5 to start. Rogue Element, the number 6, is a scratch. Running B is 3-1 on the morning line in this 5th race on the card, and Running B being sent out by Chad Brown coming out of the Dueling Grounds Derby. So we encountered a gentleman a couple of times last week. I believe his name was Greg, about the back wheel in exacta.
Yes.
So he says, if you're having a hard time, if you like a horse, put them second in the exacta and then hit all on top. He said, okay, we got to get out of this slump, right? So, and especially me. So we took his advice last week in doing so and actually hit more than a couple bets in doing
like
that.
$60 exactas.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all on top, and then the horse that you like on the bottom. So there's a lot of different ways to approach this game in handicapping and playing it. But this is one of them. So that's the idea that I have here with Setting of the Wise in race number 5. That's the number 8 runner. Setting of the Wise for Jason Barkley, Cairo Prince Colt. It's a tough race. There's no question. He could run big and still end up finishing second. He could run big and finish 3rd or 5th. It's just a difficult race. So when it comes to Setting of the Wise...
Did you type that or did Isaac type that?
I wrote that.
Oh, okay.
I do my own
slump?
work. Stop the slump.
Okay.
I was going to write something else, but I didn't think it was going to be appropriate. Setting of the Wise is a horse that will take you back to his Saratoga run back in July, where he ended up finishing second in this race. And then, again, follows this up with a performance at Kentucky Downs. But MBS Stable, the Orange Silks of MBS Stable, they spend some money on the horses that they run with their various trainers. And Jason Barkley's had plenty of them under his care. So being run down here by Time for Trouble, who would come out of this race and win, or excuse me, Credit Event. That's the last time he came out of a live race at Kentucky Downs. But Setting of the Wise, all over 8. It's a $10 ticket. See if it works for you, because it did more than a few times last week for us.
It did. I think I hit like 3 or 4 exactas last week with that method. And look, whatever works, you're right. I mean, do what works for you, and don't let anybody judge you for whatever you like to do. And it might work now, it might not work a month from now, but it's working right now. So
there are people that, if you're in a slump, I've heard handicap the races backwards. Start with the last race and work backwards.
I do that
get
sometimes.
out of that mentality. Just change things up. Change is good. We talk about change all the time with these horses when it comes to dropping in class, blinkers, different distances, things like that. You don't know until you try it, and if it works for you, it works for you.
Sometimes I do handicap backwards, but at the same time, sometimes I feel like I need a little bit of a warm up before I get to the better races in the latter half of the card. So look, you switch it up, figure out what works for you. I'm going to take us to the 8th and final race of the day, 7 furlongs on the main track for this maiden $40,000 claimant event. The 3 Master Game is at 5-2. We have the scratch of the 8, Jay Boone, in here. And Master Game is going to be my best angle of the day. This horse, do I have a backtrack? Yeah, I do. I'll take you way, way back to Saratoga. Now, this was a long time ago. I had to send in a backtrack. This horse has not been in very good form as of late. This was July of last year, first time out against Maiden Special Weight Company. Actually, when he was under the care of Todd Pletcher, he finished second that day behind Kevin's Folly. He was given some time, and now he's trained by Mark Cassidy. He came in off the layoff back in May, and he kind of has shown early involvement and then stopped. The Kentucky Downs race was not good, so put a line through that. But the race at Churchill Downs, 2 starts back, his last dirt start, was a very productive race. Elite Power was in there. He went on to win the Vosburg. Legionnaire came back to win a maiden special weight at Ellis. There were 4 next out winners in that race, and that's only next out. There have been more horses to win out of that race in their subsequent starts. So Master Game is, I think, going to be very tough in the final race with that class relief. So I'm going to key him on top in the exacta with the 2, 10, 11 underneath.
And in his second start, he comes back and faces the bear that is Strobe.
Yeah, I didn't even
who
mention
would
that.
win earlier here in the meet in that 5-month layoff for Godolphin and trainer Brad Cox. So yeah, it's just a different bunch that he's facing here today. So those are our best angles. Let's go back to Tom Leach for his long shot pick of the day.
Our pick is in race 5, number 1, Warbird. Trainer Michael McCarthy has not started many horses, but they've actually run pretty well here at this fall meet. Also, he has good numbers on the turf to dirt move, and this horse didn't win when he last ran here last fall, but he should have. He had a troubled trip, came out of that race and won, albeit on the dirt. So let's try Warbird off the layoff in race 5.
My last chance to get on the board when it comes to these weekly side bets. Gabby crushing in the first 3 weeks. And I mean, I've had 4 total to your, is that 9?
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
That took me a second.
4 more days. 4 more days. So a 3 will win it. That's the idea here. Best of 4 series to close things out before we start really getting into the Breeders' Cup week. So we agree a lot in the Wednesday. Normally on Wednesdays we go to the Wednesday challenge. So we agree in 3 of the 6 races in our top picks here today. So hashtag Team Gabby. Where's it at? Team Gabby, Team Scott. You're playing for the corksicles, which you can find in the Keeneland gift shop anytime you visit the Keeneland gift shop.
And I saw our friend Victor, who won, I think it was the first week. He posted a picture on Instagram over the weekend with his corksicles.
Nice.
It was really, I just love the fan interaction that we have with this game, too. That's definitely a highlight to this show. It was a great idea by the crew upstairs. Let's do a heads up in race 6.
That works for me.
Call it a day.
Ride the Plan is who I've got on top, and you've got which number?
The 8.
So 4 versus the 8. Copelia versus the 4. Ride the Plan.
Are you happy with that?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Do we need to shake on it?
Put her there.
I'm not taking my glove off. Don't forget about this coming week. Obviously, it's closing week, but on Saturday, Sunrise Trackside, the smile
really
on her
excited.
face. Yeah, Halloween edition, children's activities from 8 to 10. The Headless Horseman will appear in the paddock between, I guess, 2 different times, 8:30 a.m. and 10 a.m.
Honestly, I know this is weird, but that's like one of my favorite Keeneland traditions.
The Headless Horseman.
Yeah, is that strange to admit?
No.
It's just really fun. I can remember when I first came to Keeneland and I saw it, I was like, whoa, what's going on here? And then I found out that it's kind of a tradition, and it's just really cool, spooky. It kind of gets you into the Halloween spirit.
Yeah, and if you come out on Saturday, Sunrise Trackside here at Keeneland, there's going to be a lot of Breeders' Cup contenders out training. So make
More
sure.
importantly.
Yeah, you'll find right, because I don't think the Headless Horseman's going to have much of a say in the World Championships next week. And also, shout out to our good friend Kevin, who took care of us. One of the green coats, he brought these all the way from Baltimore.
That's
Burgers,
amazing.
cookies. It's a Baltimore tradition, and Gabby was so excited to see these.
It makes me so homesick. I love it. It's a great gift.
You
I'm
gonna
going to
eat the whole
them.
pack?
Yes.
The whole pack. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy this Wednesday at Keeneland.
Keeneland welcomes Courtney Mariah to the paddock. Courtney, a Lexington native, is a sought-after performer and has been a professional vocalist since 2005. She comes from a family of artists and musicians who have explored musical theater on the local and national levels. As a vocalist, she has traveled to over 20 countries and toured with award-winning artists of multiple genres, including R&B soul singer and Grammy winner Anthony Hamilton. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Peggy Wilkinson with security as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Peggy.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
This new Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is listed good. The turf is also listed good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also the early pick 5 begin. The first race has no changes. Second race, start of the early pick 4. No changes in race 2. Third race. Third race is where the pick 6 begins, a $30,000 carryover. Scratch number 1, it do what it do. That's in the third race. Scratch the 1, it do what it do. Fourth race, start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 2, Coonshawn Bridge. That's the fourth race. Scratch the 2, Coonshawn Bridge. Race 5, start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 6, Rogue Element. Scratch the 6, Rogue Element. Also in race 5, jockey change for number 5, Epimithium. It'll be Raylu Gutierrez. Ray Gutierrez, the jockey for number 5, Epimithium. Wave the bug, the corrected weight, 121 pounds. Sixth race has no changes at this time. The featured seventh race, scratch the 9, Bright Prospector, scratch 11, Jarreau, and scratch the 12, Hippodrome. That's the featured seventh race, scratch 9, Bright Prospector, also scratch 11, Jarreau, and scratch 12, Hippodrome. Eighth and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,352. In that eighth race, scratch number 8, Jay Boone. Again, scratch number 8, Jay Boone. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Wednesday to you, Kurt Becker, as we welcome you to closing week here for the fall meet at Keeneland Racecourse. 4 days in front of us before we close things out on Saturday and then turn our attention to the Breeders' Cup, which will take place 6 days later on that Friday and Saturday card. Third time that the Breeders' Cup visits Keeneland Racecourse here in Lexington, Kentucky. But 8 races ahead of us, a good handicapping card. Looking forward to getting it underway in less than 22 minutes. In our featured race, Gabby is the number 7 race, first level allowance condition, race 7 at a mile and an 1/8 on the turf course.
Yes, we head out to the turf course for this race, and I thought it was a very tough race. But the focus is going to be on the number 7 horse, Owl's Rocket, who signed on as a morning line favorite at 7-2 for your leading trainer, and Todd Pletcher. I read her
final time of 1:10 and 2, so perfect spot for her. And more than anything, they found the right group here at Keeneland. I think she is clearly the one to beat, and Tyler Gaffalione taking the call is another tell on this 6-horse Passion for Treasure.
Yeah, she is very, very nice. She's a 7-time winner out of 28 starts. She's a 3-time winner. horses parading here on the track for the upcoming first race to kick off that early pick 5 sequence. 1 mile and a 16th on the main track, and right now the money is going to the number 6 horse, Passion for Treasure, as she is the 6-5 favorite. But we'll look to another option here, and the number 5, Never Say No, Let's Go, for trainer Eric Reed. Now this mare, she's gone back and forth on several different surfaces. Now most recently the turf, where she suffered a defeat by just a half a length, but she really ran well in that event. If you look back to a couple starts back over the course of the summer, she's actually run really well at this particular distance on the main track as well. What stood out to me in the post parade, though, was some of these other fillies and mares on the track. They're really kind of amped up, on their toes. And this filly, on the other hand, or mare, I should say, just maintains really good condition. She looks fit, but not too thin. She just looks like a filly that's really well-rounded and happy coming into today's effort. And of course, you have to respect her versatility and her ability to win at this particular distance. So from looks perspective, I really did like the number 5 horse, Never Say No, Let's Go, at 9-5, as your 6-5 favorite is the 6, Passion for Treasure, looking for her 4th victory of this year. We're 5 minutes out from today's opener. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Undecoded. There goes Passion for Treasure. Passion for Treasure moves up on the outside. Undecoded comes away in the second spot. And then Tell Her to Sing, who's away running in third. Never Say No, Let's Go is fourth up on the outside, followed by My Good Fortune back toward the inside in the fifth position. And then Tammy Ann, who's sixth, the lane off the rail, running 5 lengths off the lead around the first turn. Passion for Treasure is against the rail and leads the field around the turn. 24.62 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Passion for Treasure leading Undecoded, who's on the outside, just off the leader's flank in second position. Tell Her to Sing is third back toward the inside a half length. Never Say No, Let's Go is in fourth by 2 lengths up the backstretch. Tammy Ann, fifth by just ahead. My Good Fortune is sixth back toward the inside, still just 5 from the front at the midpoint of the backstretch. And Passion for Treasure is the leader. Passion for Treasure leads it by 1.5 lengths. Undecoded second 1.5 lengths, and then Tell Her to Sing. The first half mile, 48.96 seconds. Over to the far turn they go. Passion for Treasure is on top. Undecoded still second. Tell Her to Sing still third. Gap of 3. Never Say No, Let's Go is back in the fourth position. They're midway on the final turn. Then Tammy Ann just outside of My Good Fortune, who is last, coming to the quarter pole. And Passion for Treasure has a 3-length advantage. Undecoded second by just a length. Tell Her to Sing takes to the outside from third. Still 5 from the front. Top of the short stretch. Passion for Treasure chased by Tell Her to Sing. Undecoded between that pair. Never Say No, Let's Go is fourth toward the rail. 3 from the front. Tell Her to Sing coming forward into the final furlong to challenge for the lead. Passion for Treasure is there to the inside. My Good Fortune going to run late from the outside to third. Tell Her to Sing has the lead, though. Tell Her to Sing to win the opener for Rafael Bejarano. My Good Fortune up for second. Passion for Treasure third. And Never Say No, Let's Go fourth.
One, 2, 6 in the opener to start the card, as it's Tell Her to Sing able to come off the pace and pick up this score under Rafael Bejarano for Claude Brownfield III, a daughter of Magician, running down the Treasure Beach Mare on the outside. Passion for Treasure, who set the pace, she'll end up holding on for third. The 2 rallies up for second, My Good Fortune, but a 5-2 winner to kick off the Wednesday card here at Keeneland.
Results of Keeneland's first race official, 1-2-6-5, the official results. And following a quick change of silks into the winner's circle, Rafael Bejarano, the winning jockey with number 1, Tell Her to Sing, capturing the first race on this Keeneland Wednesday card, owned by Pee Wee's and Friends Racing Stables, LLC, of Wayne Veith, trained by Claude Brownfield, and again, Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. Tell Her to Sing, a 5-year-old daughter of Magician, out of Sing Like a Bird by Lawyer Ron, bred in Kentucky by Happy Hill Farm Incorporated. 8.5 furlongs over the main track, listed good in 1 minute 46.52 seconds. Main track is listed good, turf listed good, rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Race 2 is on the way. Second race at 6 furlongs over the good main track, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. No changes in this second race. Looking ahead to the third race, a reminder in the third event, scratch the 1, it do what it do. That's the third race, scratch the 1, it do what it do. Fourth race, scratch the 2, Coonshawn Bridge. That's the fourth race, scratch the 2, Coonshawn Bridge. Race 5, scratch the 6, Rogue Element. Jockey for number 5, Epimethium, Ray Gutierrez. Ray Gutierrez rides the 5, Epimethium. Wave the bug, the weight 121 pounds.
For Moon Magic Chrissy is who we're taking a look at right now. 3-1 on the number 4 horse, a filly by Air Force Blue, who's going to take a drop down in class out of Maiden Special Weight Company between Churchill and Ellison. Even here at Keeneland, they tried her a couple of times on grass, as you would expect, given her pedigree by Air Force Blue. So they're pulling the plug on those Maiden Special Weights. Drop down here to 30, and we'll see what she's able to do, cutting back in distance as well, which she's shown a bit of positional speed early on in her races.
Yeah, that's why I preferred her in here, Scott, is just because of the cutback in distance. They went pretty fast last time out, and she had to chase that fast pace against tougher company, going the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs. But if you look at her 6 furlong sprint at Churchill back in July, they went a fast pace and finished up pretty strongly. So I just think that when you compare the fields she's been facing, this is a huge class relief.
Let's go to the 7-horse Bonanza Grade, 10-strike racing. Norm Cassie, filly making their second start. And she set the pace in that 5.5 furlong sprint 3 months ago and now drops down in class. Coming out of a live race, gets off the rail. A lot of changes to this 2-year-old daughter of mine, Chad.
This is a pretty productive race, though, that race that she ran in first time out. The winner, Just a Warrior, came back to win the Ellis Park debutante. And then also who was in there, Scott, was Bling, the filly that was third in the Jessamine here on opening weekend. So a couple of horses going on to do something out of that race, and plus she was drawing the rail that day, never an ideal post position.
And the 3-horse Lily's Creed for Brad Cox. They dropped her in for attack last time out. She's been the beaten favorite in both of her starts. She wasn't an overwhelming favorite in that 10-horse field last time out at Churchill about a month ago. So I think that they just settled in that situation on this filly, and she ran okay. She finished second, but the other class droppers she has to contend with here today as she's not making that move in this spot.
Exactly. It just depends on some of these others, but she had to draw and clear the field. She had to draw wide last time out and then clear the field to establish the position. So with that, she had a little bit of a wide trip. I think things might work out for her a little bit better today despite some of these class droppers.
We're 15 minutes away from the second race of 8 here today at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race maiden claiming event. 2-year-old fillies, claiming price $30,000. 6 furlongs over the main track listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. No changes in race 2. Main track good, turf good, post time 5 minutes.
Group of maiden claimers are on the track right now, 4 minutes out from the second race on today's program to kick off the early pick 4 sequence, 6 furlongs on the main track. And we are taking a closer look at a first-time starter in the number 9 Beer Can Lady. And this is a filly that comes out of the Keith DeSormo barn, a filly by Cantheros, out of a Street Cry mare, Keeneland September sales graduate from last year. I just thought she really looked like a sprinter. This looks like the best type of distance for her. In a race where we have a field where there are a couple of horses that have tried longer distances, we're still not quite sure what the preferred distance might be. She definitely looks like she is built for a sprint distance and looks pretty strong in her hindquarters as well. So maybe one to consider here at 7-2, that first time starter again coming out of the Keith DeSormo barn. As we go towards the inside, the number 3, Lily's Creed. She did drop in class to the maiden claiming level last time out. She just really does look fit coming into this race. You can see kind of the muscle definition in her shoulder and in her hindquarters. When you kind of compare her physique, to the rest of the field, she definitely looks very well prepared and very fit for today's event. And then finally, the number 4, Moon Magic Chrissy, sent out by trainer Eddie Keneally. I thought she looked well on the track too, and she is turning back in distance. Scott, I know you talked to her trainer Eddie Keneally. What did he have to say?
Well, just that he's dropping because she had the opportunities to get it done in maiden special weight races coming into this spot, and they think that they're probably going to lose her. Somebody's going to claim her, given how active these claiming boxes are. So hopefully that on the way out, they get a win with her, and they wish her the best moving on to the new connections, if in fact that does happen. 2 minutes before race 2 here at Keeneland, start of the early pick 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Moon Magic Chrissy comes right out for the lead. Beer Can Lady has early speed as well. Connell Mara joins them in third. Up on the far outside, Mean Sue is away fourth. Bonanza Grade fifth. Marsan between that pair moves up from sixth. Then a break of 3 more lengths back to Tamara's Way in seventh. Lily's Creed is in the eighth position. Star Pose toward the outside is in ninth. And Rye Money last of the 10. The opening quarter went in 22.51 seconds. Moon Magic Chrissy the leader. Only 3/4 of a length though. Beer Can Lady second ahead. Connell Mara third up on the outside. Mean Sue fourth back toward the rail, just over 3 lengths from the front. Marsan is in fifth. Tamara's Way sixth. Lily's Creed is seventh and still running 7 lengths from the lead, just over a 1/4 mile to go. Top of the stretch, Moon Magic Chrissy leading Connell Mara off the far turn, a length and a half. Mean Sue now swings off the rail, finds room in between horses. Here comes Mean Sue taking after Moon Magic Chrissy, coming to the 8th pole. Moon Magic Chrissy inside. Mean Sue is there to the outside. These two going at it for the top spot. Moon Magic Chrissy, 16th to go, maintains the lead, opens up here by 2.5, turns back the challenge of Mean Sue. Moon Magic Chrissy and Luis Saez to win it. Mean Sue second, Tamara's Way third, and Lily's Creed across the line in fourth.
Moon Magic Chrissy keeps on going on the front end for Eddie Keneally and Will Kari, a homebred by Will Kari here in Kentucky. Looked like the one was going to get a little closer to as they turned for home, but she was able to extend that lead, as Kurt Becker mentioned, and kick on to win this one nicely at odds of 5-2.
And she was 5-2 in the end. And we can see the number 1 horse, Mean Sue, just trying to make a little bit of a bid in the late stages of the game. But this filly was so fit, turn back in distance, everything in the drop-in class. She was in a position to succeed today, and succeed she did at 5-2. It's going to be 4-1-2 across the board for race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 4, Moon Magic Chrissy was first. 1, Mean Sue was second. The 2, Tamara's Way third. Number 3, Lily's Creed fourth. 4-1-2-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 4, Moon Magic Chrissy, owned and bred in Kentucky by Will Kari. Eddie Keneally, the trainer, and Luis Saez is the winning jockey. Moon Magic Chrissy, 2-year-old filly, by Air Force Blue out of Moonstruck Nemi, by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by owner Will Carey. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, good main track, I should say, 1 minute 12.13 seconds. Results are now official for Keeneland's second race, 4-1-2-3. Those results official. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6 with that carryover of $30,468. Main track good. The turf listed good as well. And again, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. In this third race, scratch the 1, it do what it do. Scratch the 1, it do what it do. Fourth race, scratch the 2, Kunshan Bridge. That's in the fourth race, scratch number 2, Kunshan Bridge. Race 5, scratch the 6, Rogue Element. That's race 5, scratch the 6, Rogue Element. Jockey for number 5, Epimethium, Ray Gutierrez. Number 5, Epimethium, Ray Lou Gutierrez, Wave the Bug, the weight 121 pounds. Sixth race has no changes. The featured 7th race, scratch the 9, Bright Prospector. Scratch the 11, Giroux, and scratch the 12, Hippodrome. That's the featured 7th race. Scratch number 9, Bright Prospector. Scratch the 11, Giroux, and scratch 12, Hippodrome. 8th and final race, scratch number 8, J. Boone. That's the 8th and final race, scratch number 8, J. Boone.
Don't forget the pick six starts here. Over $30,000 carries from Sunday, so a significant pool on this 8-race Wednesday card at Keeneland Racecourse. Again, pick six carryover of over $30,000 starts here in 16 minutes. Argumental is just click down to 9-5 for trainer Mike Maker, TNT Equine Holdings. Not this time, Philly, who off the 7-month layoff is the favorite as it stands right now with Luis Saez in the saddle. Saez looking for back-to-back wins. It just to me appears as though the layoff's not going to matter against this group here today. There's a lot of inexperience when dealing with these young horses.
And she is quick, Scott. Look at the opening quarter fractions last time out. I know it was a long time ago, but she was forwardly placed in a very fast race going 3 quarters. So with the rail draw and kind of a, we don't really know who's going to be able to show speed, as there are a lot of first-time starters in here. She very well could dictate on the front end.
You've got the 6 on top. That is Storm Haven, Keeneland graduate for Tori Gladwell, bred by Mockmer Hall. And she debuted in a maiden 50. Fourth that day, blinkers go on, actually moves up a touch in class from $50,000 to $75,000 as far as the claiming price is concerned.
I still thought that was a pretty decent group considering maiden $50,000 claimers, so it makes sense that she steps up to the $75,000 level today. Plus, you just want these opportunities to face straight 3-year-olds. It all makes sense to me. And the blinkers going on her, I think just to make her a little bit sharper, but I thought she ran a really good race first time out, all considering, Scott, and I think she can maybe take a step forward today with obviously the progression from start 1 to 2, and if that happens, she'll win.
The number 5, Awesome Ali V, is 5-2 on the board right now. That's the number 5 runner, dialed in Philly, who will cut back in distance, and she'll make her first start in Kentucky since being claimed out of her debut race. She was claimed by these connections in June, and she was 26-1. So they were trying to get sneaky there, took her to Saratoga, a couple of runs, now back to Kentucky, and back to actually sprinting for the first time.
Well, I did not use her in the top 3, but I can understand why people like her, as she is 5-2 right now, just because of the turn back in distance. And as you mentioned, Scott, in a field with a lot of inexperience, the fitness and the experience sometimes is key, and she is certainly fit after 3 tries going long distances.
Adeline Julia, a first-time starter, one of 2 first-time starters for Ignacio Correas IV, a Oxbow filly who makes her debut with local workouts at Keeneland. Vince Chaminade gets the opportunity to ride today.
And you look at the board, you obviously have to look at the board to see which one of the first 2-time starters might be more alive, and it looks like I chose correctly here with the 4 Adeline Julia. She is 5-1 versus 9-1 on Ignacio's other entrant. I just think he's having a very good meet. Yes, he doesn't always win first time out, even with maiden claimers, but I thought she might be able to run well at a decent price to round out the trifecta.
Once again, the race number 3 starts the pick 6, 8-race card today. Pick 6 carryover over $30,000. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6 with that $30,000 carryover. Maiden claiming race, fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $75,000 claiming prize. 6 furlongs over the main track listed good. The turf is also listed good. A reminder, the rail's at 30 feet on the turf course today. In the third race, scratch number 1, It Do What It Do. Again, scratch the 1, It Do What It Do. Start of the pick 6 coming up in 5 minutes.
Taking a look at a first-time starter here, the number 4, Adeline Julia, first-time starter coming out of the Nacho Correas barn. She debuts for $75,000 today, and she's actually a clocker pick. She's been working really nicely here at Keeneland, looking at some of those recent drills. Back on the 18th of October here at Keeneland, she went 4 furlongs and 47 and 2, second best out of 25 that day. And prior to that, she actually went 47 flat as well. So she's been working pretty nicely for her debut. And she looks great. She's dappled. You can't really see her on the other side of the pony, but she has a good, healthy coat. Her energy level is really positive and also just very dappled. She looks like a happy horse ready to roll today for Nacho Correas. We'll take a look at another horse, the number 7, Little Sister Sue. Now, this is a second-time starter for trainer Eric Reed, and she looks racy enough in order to, I think, improve in her second start today. She did not get out of the gate first time out, and I think that was just because of inexperience, and that was also at 7 furlongs. She started to pick up the pieces a little bit late, and now I think, all considering how she ran in that event, I think it'll make her a fitter, better horse for today. Now cutting back to 3/4. She's on the board right now at 9-1, but a very competitive field as the number 2 Argumental is taking most of the money here, but we have a couple of horses up on the board at 3-1 and 4-1. A competitive group of maiden claimers as we're 2 minutes out from race 3. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, start of the pick six.
Showing off fucking tricks to your friends like you did on the grass the other day, letting that thing do a backflip and everything.
Yeah, completely intentional.
Yeah, only on Tuesdays. Man, yeah, you know, I have to lighten the load a little bit. What are you expecting? You know who's my trainer? Mike Lauer. Mike Lauer. No, you have to step forward, no?
They are at the post.
No.
Ready for a start. And they're off. Penitence Rose bounds right into stride. Argumental has early speed, though, to the inside. Here's Argumental moving up to take the lead. Penitence Rose will go second, then a gap of 3. Stormhaven third. Little Sister Sue fourth on her outside. Adeline Julia drops back from the 5th position. That will allow Colonel Grace to move by 1 spot from 6th. Awesome Alley V is last of the 7 as the field heads onto the far turn. Argumental leading at 3/4 of a length. Penitence Rose second, a length and a half. Stormhaven third between horses ahead. ahead. Little Sister Sue, fourth on her outside, 22.87 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Adeline Julia, fifth up on the outside. Colonel Grace is sixth back toward the rail. Then a gap of 5 more lengths to Awesome Allie V, who's last as they come off the far turn. Argumental with a narrow lead is 3/4 of a length. Penitence Rose is second. Storm Haven out toward the center of the track is in third. And then Adeline Julia on the extreme outside is in fourth. Little Sister Sue is fifth. Argumental is the leader. Adeline Julia tries to run late down the far outside. Still 3 from the front, though. Final furlong for Argumental. 16th to go. Still a 3-length advantage. Adeline Julia is second. And then Penitence Rose third. It is Argumental winning it. Adeline Julia second. Penitence Rose third. And Little Sister Sue was across the line in fourth.
No problem off the 7-month layoff. Well done to Mike Maker and his team getting this filly ready to roll here this afternoon. Argumental 7-5 kept going on the front end.
Yeah, she was well prepared off the layoff. The last time we saw her was back in March at Oaklawn Park, but that didn't faze her whatsoever. She was well prepared, well spotted by Mike Maker and TNT Equine Holdings, with Luis Saez aboard for the win at 7-5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 2 Argumental was first, 4 Adeline Julia second, 8 Penitence Rose third, 7 Little Sister Sue fourth. 2-4-8-7 unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, now the official winner. Number 2, Argumental, owned by TNT Equine Holdings, LLC, of Robert and Brett Turkhouse, trained by Mike Maker. 2 wins today for jockey Luis Saez, as he goes back-to-back on the card. Argumental, 3-year-old filly by Not This Time, out of Tis the Argument by Closing Argument, bred in Kentucky by Charles Giles and Patrick Payne. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed good, 1 minute, 11.52 seconds. 2-4-8-7, the official results for Keeneland's third. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track listed good, turf listed good, rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. In this fourth race, scratch the 2 Kunshan Bridge. scratch the 2, Kunshan Bridge. Race 5, a reminder, scratch the 6, Rogue Element. That is race 5, scratch the 6, Rogue Element. A reminder, the jockey for number 5, Epimethium, Raylu Gutierrez. Ray Gutierrez, the jockey for the 5, Epimethium, waved the bug, the weight 121 pounds. 6th race has no changes. Featured 7th race, scratch the 9, Bright Prospector, scratch 11, Jarreau, and scratch 12, Hippodrome. That's the featured 7th race, scratch number 9, Bright Prospector. Also scratch the 11, Jarreau, and the 12, Hippodrome. 8th and final race, scratch number 8, J. Boone. That's the 8th and final race, scratch number 8, J. Boone.
Race number 4, 19 minutes to post, starts the late pick 5 today at Keeneland Racecourse. Overtax, the number 3 horse for Ron Marquette, is the first that we'll take a look at. He comes out of light years tougher in his last 2 races. Kavad, that stakes winner, beat him back on the 21st of September. Prior to that, he's running in the Maxfield Stakes behind Ganite, who we saw take the Perryville last weekend, and looks like he's on his way to a Breeders' Cup date, whether it be the Dirt Mile or the Dirt Sprint if they carry on down the road. But Overtax, I'll take the class drop that he's taking in for 50 today, and going out to 6.5 furlongs, I don't think will be an issue with the drop down in competition.
How is he this price right now? Am I looking at the right board? That's crazy price on this horse. I agree with you, Scott. He's my top pick as well. Not only was that just a really tough race when you look at the winner, Kavad, but also the third place finisher, Tehana Twist, came back to win here at Keeneland last week. Productive field, and I agree with you, a huge class relief, and I do think that some of his better performances have come when he can find himself a little bit more forwardly placed, and I hope that's the strategy today, considering he's posted towards the inside. He'll draw post 2 today.
Gormley's Got Game, the number 7 is where we'll head to next. Another bigger price horse in here. In fact, the second longest shot in the field. Gormley's Got Game looking to give Grant Forster his second win this meet. Claimed this horse for 20 last month at Churchill. Move up in class. Good claiming barn when they get the opportunity to drop horses, or to, drop claims in for horses. So I'll look to the 7 as another price opportunity here in race 4.
First off the claim is stepping up in class to the $50,000 level, but he almost got it done last time out, so I like the confident angle here.
Totalizer is the 6 for Mike Maker, looking for back-to-back on the card is this barn. He'll lean on Luis Saez, and he comes out of more difficult competition. He didn't break all that well last time out from post position number 1, but he doesn't have to deal with post 1 here today.
You know, I don't know what to make of his last race. He definitely should have run better. He didn't pick up his feet whatsoever in that race, and even in the Alan Jerkins, maybe you wonder, did that race take a lot out of him? But this seems to be the right level, and I think after a performance like that, Scott, it would have made more sense for this horse to drop down lower in class. But the fact that they keep him at the $50,000 level, I actually think is a bit of a good sign.
It's a good sign that Uptown Hustler, the number 5 horse, comes back for a second run this meet. Just really a few days back, 14 days ago, picked up a 4-length win. You know, there's no rush. I mean, it's not as though they're just trying to keep him on the turf course. He won on the dirt. He'll have plenty of dirt options across town out at Churchill Downs in the coming meet. But just trusting Jason Barkley and his judgment to bring him back here this afternoon.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe he just wanted dirt all along. Of course, the drop in class certainly helped him last time out. But he ran by far his best race with that race last time out, first time on the dirt. And this will be his second start off the layoff, so you'd think that he could take another step forward for trainer Jason Barkley, who's having a fantastic meet with the horses he's been sending out.
Cathedral Beach, the number 4 horse, Tyler Gaffleone, gets the call on this current 5-2 shot for Ken and Sarah Ramsey. Safi Joseph Jr., one asked to bring this horse down from New York, has spent a good chunk of recent months in the New York State, and last 3 races look positive, and the race at Belmont at Aqueduct last time out in the starter allowance race looks to be good enough in here, and that's why he's the 5-2 second choice.
Yeah, I think he's a very logical horse in here, Scott. His last race in terms of competition, it was very good, and then he won against higher level or mid-level claimers at Saratoga. So if you look for the class of the field, there's an argument to be made that the 4 Cathedral Beach is coming out of the tougher races.
It's the late pick 5, beginning race number 4 in 15 minutes here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Claiming race, 3-year-olds with a price of $50,000, 6.5 furlongs over the main track listed good. Scratch the 2, Kunshan Bridge. Number 2, Kunshan Bridge is scratched. Double and pick 3, wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is good. Turf is also listed good, 6 minutes to post.
Looking at the field, warming up on track as they prepare for race 4. We'll take a look at the number 5, Uptown Hustler. First off the claim for trainer Jason Barkley. Got this horse off of Wesley Ward last time out for $20,000. And I just thought he looked great on the track today. Just looks like a happy horse in the post parade too. He just had so much confidence about himself as well. Dappled, good. He's very fit on track today and getting a nice good warm-up under James Graham, who's having himself a very, very strong meet, whether it be on the turf or the dirt, but especially on the turf. However, this race is on the dirt at 6.5 furlongs, but really, really good-looking son of midshipman on the track right now, the 5 Uptown Hustler. As we look at the 7, Gormley's Got Game. First off the claim for trainer Grant Forrester, another horse that just appeared to be really bright, good energy on the track, and we're talking about a horse that is double-digit odds right now. I do think this is a race where you can get creative and use some of these long shots, and he was one of those long shots that really, I thought, stood out on track today. Again, the 7, Gormley's Got Game, first off the claim for trainer Grant Forrester. Horses will continue to warm up as we prepare for the 4th race on today's card. We're 3 minutes out. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. Ready for a start. They're off. Go Yoshka, right out for the early lead. Gormley's Got Game is there. And here comes Uptown Hustler. Uptown Hustler down to the inside, moves up to take the lead. Totalizer tries to go with that one from between horses, moves up into second. Gormley's Got Game is third. Cathedral Beach is in fourth. Go Yoshka now drops back into fifth up on the outside. Overtaxed is sixth. Double Thunder is seventh. A gap of 5 more lengths back to Boise, who's eighth and last, heading to the far turn. Uptown Hustler, the leader, only by a length though. Totalizer goes second, 23.11 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Gormley's Got Game third ahead. Cathedral Beach looks for running room fourth down toward the inside. Moves up now to challenge for the second position around the turn. Go Yoshka is fifth, still 5 from the front. Overtax is in sixth. Double Thunder is seventh. Break of 5 more back to Boise, who's last. Uptown Hustler leads at a length and a half off the far turn. Gormley's Got Game is in second. Totalizer looks for room between that pair. Cathedral Beach is looking for room right behind the leader. And now Cathedral Beach changes lanes to the inside. Here comes Go Yoshka down the outside. Go Yoshka with clear running. Boise's running behind that one, still 5 from the front. Go Yoshka to the lead. Totalizer, Cathedral Beach, and then Boise. It is Go Yoshka, Totalizer, Cathedral Beach, down to the wire. Head bobbing photo for the win. Either Cathedral Beach or Go Yoshka.
That is as close of a finish as we have seen this entire meet here at the fall. There's a lot going on here as well. The 4 dives down to the inside to take advantage of that hole, and there wasn't a lot of room to work with before coming up on the heels of that runner that was backing up into his face. And then the 9 horse rallying on the outside. Go Yoshka. This is a huge swing in price as well. 35-1 versus 2-1.
Yeah, Tyler Gaffleone on the 4 Cathedral Beach. It almost looked like he had to stand up, check, then switch paths to dive down on the rail, and it really stifled this horse's momentum, but somehow he found it in him to get himself back going again. It's going to be really close to the finish line. I'm going to let the photo finish and the judges decide. Kind of looks like it might go to the 4 Cathedral Beach, but we'll get you those official prices or official results in just a minute.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race in the photo: number 4, Cathedral Beach, first. Number 9, Go Yoshka, was second. Number 6, Totalizer, third. Number 1, Boise, fourth. 4961 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Cathedral Beach, owned by Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey Stable, trained by Safi Joseph Jr., Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Cathedral Beach, a 3-year-old Ridgeling by Gormley out of Our Eleanor by successful appeal. Winner bred in Kentucky by Parkway Farm Incorporated, 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute 18.47 seconds over the main track, listed good. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 4961, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. The turf is listed good. The rail at 30 feet today. Double, pick 3, late pick 4. In this fifth race, scratch the 6, Rogue Element. Scratch the 6, Rogue Element. A reminder, the jockey for the 5, Epimythium, is Raylu Gutierrez. Ray Gutierrez, the jockey for the 5, Epimythium, Wave the Bug, the weight 121 pounds. Sixth race has no changes. Featured 7th race, scratch the 9, Bright Prospector. Also scratch 11, Giroux, and scratch 12, Hippodrome. That's the featured 7th race. Scratch 9, Bright Prospector, scratch 11, Giroux, and scratch 12, Hippodrome. 8th and final race, scratch number 8, J. Boone. That's the 8th race, scratch number 8, J. Boone.
18 minutes before race number 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse, and this 5th race here this afternoon begins today's late pick 4. Always an exciting wager available here each and every race day at Keeneland Racecourse. Setting the Wise is who we start with, the number 8 horse for Jason Barkley, NBS stable. Colt by Cairo Prince. We talked about him in his most, or I should say on this morning on today at Keeneland. 2 starts back, put together a big run at Saratoga, gave it a go at Kentucky Downs, not quite as effective. So as we always tend to be during these fall meets here at Keeneland Racecourse, forgiving of any poor performances at Kentucky Downs, especially if it's their first time trying it. So the number 8 right now at odds of 7-1 with James Graham in the saddle. I'll take my shot with Setting of the Wise.
Yeah, you like him a little bit more than I do, Scott. I did not use him in the top 3, but James Graham, you don't have to look much farther than that in terms of positive ROIs this meet on the turf.
Catnip is the 11 horse for Mike Stidham, a Kitten's Joy colt who broke his maiden and then jumped into the Grade 3 Virginia Derby just over a month later. So that was a big move forward as far as class competition, and I think that performance was a reaction from that more than anything.
Yeah, exactly. But he still found himself forwardly placed there at 1 1/8 in the Virginia Derby. But he broke his maiden against 3-year-olds and upward, 2 starts back at Colonial. I just like the fact that he has speed with that outside post position. And I talk about this often, whether it be on the turf or the dirt. Sometimes you just want to see horses that are forwardly placed and are somewhat one-paced. I do feel like those are the successful horses that can just maintain at 1 1/8. And he seems to fit the bill for me.
Running B is the number 2 horse, Tyler Gaffleone for Calumet Farms, and trainer Chad Brown, bringing this one into Kentucky for the first time, or at least to Keeneland, I should say. Ran at Kentucky Downs in the Dueling Grounds Derby in his most recent start. Just hoping to get more of what we saw in those first couple of starts this year. Those 2 races are definitely good enough, and he had Lasix in both of those races, and he gets to race with the race day medication again here today, Lasix, as he's 3-1.
His maiden breaking score at Saratoga was very good back in August. Now, obviously, he was disappointing at 6-1 last time out in the Dueling Grounds, Derby, excuse me. But that turf was pretty soft. I mean, it was listed as good, but it did have a lot of moisture in it. He's going to get firmer conditions this afternoon.
Mountain Rundle, another one that comes over from Kentucky Downs in the Dueling Grounds Derby. He was 3rd in that big field, so picked up a big paycheck at odds of 17-1 for Circle 8 and Michelle Nihei.
He just doesn't have a lot of early speed, Scott. He'll hope that there's a very fast pace that kind of falls apart in his favor, and sometimes that... I'll say I do like him because of his form, and it seems like he has some class. But at 1 1/8, sometimes that pace doesn't always develop.
And Policy Option coming back a second time this meet. 2 weeks ago, ran on the Wednesday card, midway through the card. Race 5, same situation, gets more distance to utilize here this afternoon, as he's a horse that also doesn't have very much speed. But those have been some very quick races that he comes out of. We'll see how what the pace turns into here this afternoon.
And sometimes with his turn of foot, he does have legitimate closing kick. Sometimes with that, less distance or more distance isn't always the answer. Sometimes less distance is better for them to have that potent kick from off the pace. But he did have a lot of trouble in his race last time out, so I appreciate the effort in bringing him back off short rest and trying to get him a victory here.
Coming up on the second half of this Wednesday card, race number 5 with less than 14 minutes to post, starts the late pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. The Newtown Anner stud, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up on the turf, which is listed good. The rail at 30 feet. This race at about 9 furlongs, about 1.125 miles on the good turf. Double, pick 3, and start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 6, Rogue Element. Scratch 6, Rogue Element. A reminder, the jockey for the 5 Epimethium, Ray Lou Gutierrez, the jockey for 5 Epimethium, Wave the Bug, the weight 121 pounds. Post time, 5 minutes.
Four minutes to post. Race number 5, Warbird, the number 1 horses who you've seen right now on the screen, warming up the wrong way here at Keeneland for this 1.8 turf event. Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day, and the colt that caught my eye. He looks fit and ready to go off this 6-month layoff. Fitness, from a visual perspective, does not look like it'll be an issue for the Pam Zebarth bred and owned colt by declaration of war. If you're willing to take a shot at odds of 14-1, Warbird looks the part. The number 4 horse, Windworthy, part of our Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland, as he's trying to go a bit faster than what Irad is willing to do at this point in time. Part of the Clocker report, as mentioned, he's had 3 local workouts here at Keeneland Racecourse and comes off of about 2 months between races at Kentucky Downs. So 7-2 right now on the board for the Noble Mission Colt. And then finally, let's go to the 9-horse Box Office Warrior for John Dwyer, coming down from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Obviously a step up in class, but good race last time out, and like the way that he looked as he warms up, wanting to get going as well. And he is 21-1, second longest shot in this field. Race number 5 rather, is 3 minutes to post. And a reminder, this does start the late pick 4 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Newtown Anner Stud, start of the late pick 4.
Pick your knees up, Aunt. I just scratched them. All right, now we're on.
Tony, they got the doors open.
Say Spanish style.
Como se llama?
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Joe.
That's pretty good.
Tony, John, just shove him out of the way. There you go.
There you go, Tony.
Tony is in the way. We're still out. No, we're still out. Shut up.
Oh, there he goes.
Brian just walks back to the jocks room.
Nope. Nope.
Oh, we heard it.
See that kid?
There you go. Good job, Joe. You just done that 40 minutes ago.
At the post. And they're off. Running B and Epimethium first away from the starting gate. Epimethium moves up outside of running B. These two come to the front together as they head down toward the first turn. Catnip, who was so reluctant to load, is now away running with a forward position, but caught to the far outside from that outside starting spot in third, just a length and a half off the lead. Running B does have the advantage heading into the first turn. Catnip will go to second, just off the leader's flank. Epimethium slides down closer to the rail from third position, and then Set into the Wise, who's in fourth, just to the outside of Windworthy, who's back toward the rail, saving some ground in fifth. Baquina, between horses, is in sixth. Warbird in close quarters down toward the rail in seventh. Box Office Warrior, a wide eighth. Mount Rundle is in ninth, and Policy Option last of the 10, the opening quarter, in 24.15 seconds. Running B, the leader. Running B is on top up the backstretch, leading Catnip by just over a length. And then Epimethium, who's down to the rail in third, just 2 lengths from the front, moving up a closer third now. In fact, Epimethium is up to challenge for second, right behind the leader as they head for the far turn. And then Set into the Wise in fourth. Windworthy fifth. Baquina, Warbird back toward the inside, who's still 7 from the front. Box Office Warrior, Mount Rundle, Policy Option at the back. 50.48 seconds for the first half mile. Running B, the leader. And Catnip regains second around the far turn. A length separates the top two. Epimethium has backed away into the third position. It is now 3.5 lengths from the front. A gap of 2 more to Windworthy in fourth. Baquina, a wide fifth. Warbird, 6 toward the rail, still 8 from the front. And Running B, the leader. Running B leads it by 2 lengths. Catnip is second, has been there virtually since the start. Then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Epimethium in third. Windworthy in fourth. Baquina in fifth. Running B, final furlong, leads it by 4 lengths. Baquina runs on to try to challenge Catnip for second, well behind Running B. Running B in front. Policy Option late run to the rail, but Running B got the win, and then it's close for second. Either Baquina or Policy Option for that runner-up spot.
No pace in this race. Look at the opening quarter, half and 3/4, and he gets away with it. Running B with Tyler Gaffleone out on the front end, just kept on going after that kind of fractions you would expect. And we got a lot of horse left with this 3-year-old son of English Channel.
In a paceless race at this distance, you want to have that lead position, and that's what Tyler Gaffleone did. He assessed the pace. He realized there was no pace. This horse had a lot of class and a little bit of natural speed, and he put him in the position on the lead, taking the field gate to wire and really opening up on the field at the end across the finish line first at 5-2.
Photo for place, hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: number 2, Running Bee, was first. Number 7, Baquina, was second. Number 3, Policy Option, third. Number 11, Catnip, fourth. 2, 7, 3, 11, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Newtown Anner stud, unofficial winner, number 2, Running Bee. Owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Chad Brown. Back-to-back wins for jockey Tyler Gaffalione on the card. Running Bee, 3-year-old son of English Channel out of Our Joy by El Prado, bred in Kentucky by English Channel co-owners and Gordon Gilliam. Distance of about 1 1/8 miles, about 9 furlongs over the turf listed good today, in 1 minute 52.05 seconds. Results of Keeneland's fifth race, official. 2, 7, 3, 11. The official results. In the winner's circle, the Newtown Anner Stud Trophy presentation to the connections of number 2, Running Bee. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Main track is listed good. Turf also listed good today. No changes in race 6. Looking ahead to the featured 7th race. A reminder, scratch the 9, Bright Prospector. Also scratch 11, Giroux, and scratch 12, Hippodrome. That's in the featured 7th race. Scratch 9, Bright Prospector. Also scratch the 11, Giroux, and scratch 12, Hippodrome. 8th and final race, scratch number 8, J. Boone. That's the 8th and final race, scratch number 8, J. Boone.
Race number 6, second level allowance race for the filly and mare sprinters. 3 and up, 6 furlongs will be the distance. Zain Al Arab is the current favorite at odds of 5-2. I'm going to take a shot against that favorite, though, in this spot. Ride the Plan, the number 4 horse, a Keeneland graduate, $210,000 yearling back in 2010. Purchased back during that yearling sale. And this is a filly by Candy Ride who's run 2 very big races on dirt. Started her racing career off on dirt at Fairgrounds, won by 10 at Hawthorne in the Chicagoland area, and then backed that up with a second victory on dirt. Tried Kentucky Downs, didn't quite work out, was a bigger price in that field. So back on dirt is the angle with the number 4 horse, Ride the Plan, who is 5-1.
Yeah, she had 2 very nice back-to-back victories on the dirt after that layoff for Ignacio Correas. And in that most recent dirt victory at Colonial, Scott, we actually saw some horses come out of that to succeed, including Shania, the third-place finisher in that race she won. She came back to finish second in a very tough starter allowance race here at Keeneland. So that the form from Colonial has definitely stacked up here locally.
Capella is where you land, the Not This Time filly, another Keeneland September graduate from the 2019 sale. Richard Rigney purchasing for $250,000. The last couple of races have been more than solid at Ellis.
She was forwardly placed, I think, because of her post position. She was drawn towards the inside, and she was really in the thick of it at 6.5 furlongs, and they went pretty quickly. Those opening quarter half fractions, even at 109 flat for the 3 quarters. So, yeah, that was a very fast pace that she was involved in, and I like the cut back in distance to 6 furlongs.
The 2 horse 7-2, Bomb Diggity. That's the third choice right now in the win wagering. Into Mischief filly, $600,000 purchase at the September sale last year in 2020, by Stone Street Sables. Very good pedigree, daughter of Into Mischief from Checkup from Z-Neck Up. So winner 2 starts back at Churchill, solid second last time out with a wide trip going 5.5 furlongs back to 6, a distance that she's undefeated at, 2 for 2 at 6 furlongs.
Yeah, this does seem like a better distance for her, Scott. She ran a very fast race when she broke her maiden, and then it seemed like she went through a little bit of a lull. She had some trouble, though, here at Keeneland back in the spring, so we'll see if she can bounce back off of several months on the shelf.
And then we'll wrap up paddock side commentary with the 7, who is the second choice, Magic Quest for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Comes into this race second off of a pretty long layoff from August to September, so well over a year. Showed some speed that day, then backed up to finish 6th. So hopefully can build off of that and get back to some of the better form that we saw from her when she was able to keep on going when she made the lead between Churchill and Ellis.
Yeah, she faced a very good group of fillies last time out in that 2 other than allowance race, Scott, and she, again, was forwardly placed 6 furlongs that day, and that was a very, very long layoff. She probably needed the race. I know it was a little bit disappointing, but when you look at the quality of the field versus what she faces today, I did think it was just maybe slightly tougher. So she, in my opinion, in many ways, I think she's kind of the one to beat here, and a very nice price at 3-1.
One of the better races of the afternoon. Race number 6 begins this Wednesday, late pick 3 at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Lantern Hill allowance optional claiming race for a price of $80,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6 furlongs over the main track listed good. No changes in race 6. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time is 7 minutes.
Yes.
Check. Let's take a look at this favorite, Zainal Arab, the daughter of Warfront for Shadwell Stable. They paid even $1 million for this filly 3 years ago at the 2019 Keeneland September sale. This will be her third start at Keeneland. Her first start, she ran in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run last year behind Carmel Swirl, and then was seventh, well beaten to Tiz Splendid News and Honor Rafik, 2 nice fillies back during the April meet. They tried her on grass. She ran fairly well on those occasions between Saratoga and Belmont, but we'll see how she transfers back to the main track. I think there's a lot of question marks surrounding this filly.
Yeah, she faced some really good competition in those races there, Scott. The more I look at this race, the more I think it's pretty loaded.
The 5-horse Headland for Steve Hobby and HWL Partnership, a mare that's in for the $80,000 tag. She's also making her second start here at Keeneland, and they're taking a step up in class coming out of a win for $50,000. They've run through the second level allowance conditions, so not a lot of options with this mare, minus going ahead and dropping her down in class into a straight claiming race. So an aggressive spotting, but I like the way that she looked out on the track with Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, she's making a lovely appearance. As you can see, her ears are forward. She's taking it all in. She looks like a very happy horse, good energy on the track. All good signs here for a nice price.
And another one that's a big price, 21-1 on Awesomely Shy. Huge class test for this filly. She's shown speed away from the starting gate in most of her racing outside of the turf run. Just another one that I thought looked nice out there at 21-1, second longest shot in this field for the sophomore filly.
She was the favorite. Last time out, she finished second to the longest shot on the board, and now today she is the small fish in the big pond trying to be the upsetter.
It's race number 6, 4 minutes from now at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Lantern Hill.
Which one? Caleb kept saying, "Oh, he's in, he's in." They scratched that wood.
They are at the post. And they're off. Magic Quest, Copelia out for the lead. Headland is there to join them down toward the inside. Here comes Headland up to challenge Magic Quest, who's got the lead, though. Magic Quest leads it by a neck. Headland goes second, 3/4 of a length. Then Copelia, who's in third position. Bomb Diggity is fourth down toward the inside. Ride the Plan fifth. Zain Alarab is in the sixth position onto the far turn. Awesomely Shy is in seventh. Compelling Smile, last of the eight, 22.53 seconds for the opening quarter. Headland has the lead by 3/4 of a length around the far turn. Magic Quest and then Copelia third up on the outside. Bomb Diggity fourth back toward the inside, 3 lengths from the front. Zain Alarab is in fifth and changing lanes out toward the center of the track at the top of the stretch, 5 from the front. They turn for home. Here is Magic Quest. Here's Copelia on her outside. These two to the outside of Headland, who's still there down toward the rail. Zain Alarab in fourth, and Bomb Diggity still far back in fifth, and Copelia is hitting another gear. Copelia, just before the 16th pole, has opened up, now past the 16th pole by 3.5. Copelia, Martin Garcia to win it. Headland second, Magic Quest third, Zain Alarab fourth.
8.57 in race 6 here at Keeneland. She comes wide off the turn, doesn't matter. She's full run. Copelia for Rigney Racing, daughter of Not This Time, Keeneland graduate, getting it done and making it look nice in the end, and a final time of 1:10.22.
The 7 Magic Quest in the beginning of the race took it to the number 5 Headland. These two fillies were at it on the front end, and then we just saw Copelia with a perfect setup, closing from off the pace, and her class prevailing today, getting the win easily in the end at 4-1 over the 5 at 9-1. It's going to be 8-5-7 across the board.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 8, Capelia, was first. Number 5, Headland, was second. Number 7, Magic Quest, third. Number 3, Zainala Rob, fourth. 8, 5, 7, 3, unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's 6th race: 8, 5, 7, 3, official. Official winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the Lantern Hill, number 8, Capelia. Owned by Rigney Racing, LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer. Martine Garcia, the jockey. Capelia, 4-year-old filly by Not This Time. Out of Crespano by Mineshaft, bred in Kentucky by Gabriel Dignan and Crosshaven Bloodstock. Keeneland September sales grad Capelia gets 6 furlongs over the main track listed good in 1 minute 10.22 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Lantern Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of number 8, Capelia. Keeneland's featured 7th race upcoming. Turf is listed good, the rail at 30 feet today. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. In this 7th event, scratch the 9, Bright Prospector. Also scratch 11, Giroux. And scratch 12, Hippodrome. Again, scratch number 9, Bright Prospector. Scratch the 11, Giroux. And scratch the 12, Hippodrome. 8th and final race, scratch number 8, J. Boone. That's the 8th and final race, scratch number 8, J. Boone.
There's a look at the number 7 horse, 6-5 right now. Al's Rocket, Cairo Prince gelding for Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz Jr. 5 for 8 in the money with that one victory coming at Belmont Park back during the summer months in June, and since then a couple of runs at Saratoga and Belmont at Aqueduct. But out to a mile and an eighth, I think will be a plus for him. Hopefully he can be a little bit handier if the pace isn't as quick as it was, or if the pace isn't quick like it was in that last race.
Todd Pletcher just finishing up schooling some of his Breeders' Cup contenders, including Nest, Malathat, Forte, and Life is Good. They were just paddock schooling here in the last race, Scott. And obviously he's had such a sensational meet and in the lead up for hopefully a sensational Breeders' Cup. But yeah, the 7 Al's Rocket, I think, is another Todd Pletcher horse that he can add to the tally. Very slow pace last time out, as you mentioned. This horse was taken back to last. And just given the dynamics of the race, Scott had absolutely no chance of winning, but still I thought ran very well, finishing fifth and beaten 3/4 of a length. But he has a back class in order to make him a top contender here.
The second choice is Verstappen, a son of Warfront, 3-year-old gelding, another Keeneland graduate from the 2020 September sale. He's a horse that stepped up to 1 mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs, a course that we'd seen him run well over in the past. He broke his maiden at the fairgrounds at this same distance if you go back to the day after Christmas last year. So there's positives with this gelding and also with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle, who's having another phenomenal day here at Keeneland.
Yes, this horse coming out of that second place finish last time out, Scott, you'd have to think that he probably wasn't 100% fit coming in off that layoff, especially going the challenging distance of 1 mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs over that good listed turf course that, you know, it really did have a lot of moisture in it that day. So the fact that he did run second in that event to come back or behind a horse that won in his subsequent start as well, it just leads me to believe that this horse probably has room to grow today.
Ford leads the 3. Good connections here. Joel Rosario, Chad Brown comes off of 2 dull performances, one at Saratoga, one at at Kentucky Downs. But over here to Keeneland for the first time. His maiden win was very nice with Flavian Pratt in the saddle, and if he can find that form again here today, he'll be tough. He's obviously a contender at odds of 9-2.
That's the thing, though. He comes out of 2 really subpar performances. He was 2-1 in that race at Saratoga, and he just stopped badly, beaten 19 lengths in that event, and he came back, and he didn't really regroup. So I'm on the fence with him, Scott. I didn't use him in my top 3. It might burn me in the end, but I just needed to see a little bit more in his last 2.
Hitting Mischief, the 1 into Mischief gelding, Tampa and Meadowlands, his last 2 venues where he competed, and after he put together 2 dirt runs, they gave him a shot in the Sam F. Davis, that grade 3 where Classic Causeway utilized his speed to go wire to wire. But this is a runner that's going to get the furthest bit of ground to work with over the course of his career.
And he looks like he needs it. When you watch his races, he just looks like he's just getting going at the mile distance. So stretching out to 1 mile and an eighth should help him. And plus, the last race that he comes out of, the horse that won, Merci, was forwardly placed. So from a pace standpoint, it really wasn't conducive to his running style.
It's late double time, race 7 on this 8-race program at Keeneland, 13 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 7th race, the Benson Allowance for 3-year-olds and up. About 9 furlongs, about 1.1 miles over the turf-listed Good. Rail at 30 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 9, Bright Prospector. Also scratch 11, Chiro. And scratch 12, Hippodrome. Post time, less than 5 minutes.
Race number 7 is coming up next here at Keeneland. We'll start with the number 3 and also remind you that the Keeneland November breeding stock sale is coming up on Monday, November 7th, right after the Breeders' Cup. So make sure that you stick around for the premier breeding stock sale in all of the world. The number 3 horse, Fordley, for Chad Brown. Easy horse to look at. From top to bottom, this is an easy group to take a look at from a physical standpoint, but he looks well off this roughly 2-month freshening last seen at the beginning of September. So Fordley, 9-2 figures against this group. Brazilian Air, the number 4 horse, is getting some action right now. He's 7-1, slick-looking 5-year-old son of Candy Ride, who's been claimed a couple of times in his career, but when he was purchased at the September sale in 2018, was an $875,000 yearling. So as you would expect, he looks good, and he is looking for his 4th win this year, 4th in a row, in fact, but steps up in class from those starter allowance and claiming races in New York. And then finally, the 8-horse Chrome Republic for Pat Biancone. This is a 32-1 shot right now, colt by California Chrome, who tries grass for the second time in his career, but looks good out on the track. He's a big price. The form suggests he really needs to run the race of his career, but you got to like the way that he's been turned out for race number 7. Here at Keeneland, 2 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Benson. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Brazilian Air. Brazilian Air out for the early lead. No slow-mo to the inside. Rough in the City moves up from the center of the course as they head for the first turn. Brazilian Air is the early leader, though. Brazilian Air gets to the rail, leads it by a length, as Rough in the City will go second as they head for the turn. No slow-mo is in third position. There's Verstappen in between horses in fourth. Al's Rocket stacks up to the outside, caught 3 wide, fifth into the first turn. Kitten Mischief back toward the inside in sixth. Forwardly is in seventh. Chrome Republic toward the outside is eighth, and Wake Surf down toward the inside in ninth around the turn. 24.46 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Brazilian Air is the leader. Rough in the City goes second. A length separates the top two. No slow-mo, then Verstappen. Verstappen moves up in third on the outside, still 2.5 lengths off the lead. Now no slow-mo moves back up the rail inside of that one. Further back, Al's Rocket, a lane off the rail in fifth, running nearly 5 from the front. Kitten Mischief right there to the inside of that one. Forwardly, Wake Surf, Chrome Republic is at the back. The first half mile went in 50.55 seconds. Brazilian Air leading Rough in the City, then Verstappen, who's going to be wide to the far turn. No slow-mo back toward the inside. Kitten Mischief, Al's Rocket still toward the outside and still running some 5 lengths from the lead as they're midway on the far turn. Forwardly, Wake Surf, Chrome Republic at the back. Brazilian Air still the leader a length. Rough in the City, then Verstappen. Al's Rocket is fourth, being asked for more, just over a quarter mile to go. Has to go to the center of the course and is still 5 from the lead. Turning for home, Verstappen comes after Brazilian Air. Al's Rocket has clear running down the center of the course. No slow-mo is fourth back toward the rail. Brazilian Air, narrow lead. No slow-mo toward the inside. Verstappen is there. Brazilian Air opens back up. Al's Rocket is going to second. Late run Kitten Mischief. Brazilian Air wins it. Brazilian Air for Francisco Arrieta.
And the second time today in a mile and an eighth race on turf, we see fractions slow early on middle, allowing for this kind of re-engagement with this field. This was all about the pace with Brazilian Air, the son of Candy Riot out of the Jeremiah Engelhart barn.
Pace makes the race, especially when you're talking about turf races, especially at a mile and an eighth on the turf. Francisco Arrieta took it to the rest of the field, put this horse on the lead, and put them all to sleep coming down the lane. Actually fought off a couple of late challenges in the end to get up for the victory. Brazilian Air with the win for Jeremiah Engelhart.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race, number 4, Brazilian Air first. Number 7, Owl's Rocket was second. Number 1, Kitten Mischief third. Number 2, No Slow Mo fourth. 4-7-1-2 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 4-7-1-2, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, the Benson, number 4, Brazilian Air. Owned by Jesse Engelhart and James R. Kelly. Trained by Jeremiah Engelhart, Francisco Arrieta, the winning jockey. Brazilian Air, 5-year-old gelded son of Candy Ride, out of Flash Forward by Curlin, bred in Kentucky by W.S. Farish. Keeneland September graduate gets the distance of about a mile and an eighth over the good turf in 1 minute 53.4 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Benson Trophy presentation to the connections of number 4, Brazilian Air. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. Main track listed good. Scratch number 8, Jay Boone. Scratch number 8, Jay Boone. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,352.
The 3-horse master game, Mark Cassidy, Breeze, Easy LLC, blinkers going on, dropping in class, a lot of difference to what we've seen from him as far as a level and what they've asked him in perspective with the types of races that he's run in. So the drop in for maiden 40, the reality is that he's not caught the strongest of groups, and if he runs one of his first 2 races, that's going to go a long way here today, and that's why he's 5-2.
He has caught some very tough fields. Back at Churchill Downs, 2 starts back, he faced the likes of Elite Power, who won the Grade 2 Valsburg, Legionnaire, second place finisher, who won a maiden special weight at Ellis. That race alone produced 4 next out winners, and you mentioned Strobe, a very nice runner for trainer Brad Cox. So this is the biggest class relief in the field.
But not, well, actually, in front of him in the wagering is the 11, 9-5, Apollo Rising. The fans like this horse's lone start. Draws far outside here today. Martin Garcia looking for another win on this card. We'll try to, I would imagine, put together the same sort of trip that we saw from him on the Phil Bauer runner earlier, lay just off the pace. So you've got to respect the attention on Apollo Rising, the 11.
He ran really well first time out, and he had a pretty wide trip that day as well. But that was post position number 3 in a field of 9. Today, there are a couple of scratches, but he still has a very wide post position, Scott. I think he comes out of the race probably a fitter horse, but how's he going to avoid a wide trip today?
And then once you get past the top 2 in the wagering, there is a 3rd and 4th choice. Obviously, it's 6-1 and 7-1 between the 10 and the 1, but it's not clear. If you've got an idea, go on with it in this nightcap. The 5-horse Alfio is one that Gabby and I both like. This is a horse that will cut back to a sprint run, and first time back in for a tag since the debut in for maiden 20. And Jeff Thornbury going to opt to run him here for maiden 40. And the barn's done some good. They haven't run a lot of horses, but 30% with 10 starters.
He improved in his second start off the freshening there, so I think that'll probably set him up for success here on the turn back in distance. I think 7 furlongs kind of feels like the right distance for this horse. He kind of feels like an in-betweener, and he finally gets to that distance today.
Just 13 minutes away from closing out this 8-race card here today at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, a maiden claiming race 3-year-olds and up, a $40,000 claiming price. 7 furlongs over the main track listed good. Scratch the 8, Jay Boone. Again, scratch number 8, Jay Boone. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,352. Post time, 6 minutes.
The 8th and final race is 4 minutes away as we wrap up this Wednesday program. And we're taking a look at the number 1 Norgay for trainer Ian Wilkes. They dropped this horse in class last time out to no avail. He finished 5th in a field of 12, but that was the first time with the blinkers on. Maybe second time blinkers on will help this horse just get into the game a bit more, especially with added distance to 7 furlongs. I just thought that this horse made a nice appearance on the track, and maybe he can be live right now at 9-2. As we take a look towards the outside, the number 10, Point of an Affair, a first-time starter for trainer Tom Drury. This horse seemed to have a lot of class on the track today as he was walking out, and just seems to be very well prepared. Tom Drury, he can definitely win with a first-time starter, and this horse looked like he could, he's fit enough to run well at this distance. Sometimes we see horsemen, debut horses at 7 furlongs in hopes of maybe stretching them out in distance. And I can see physically that he could get more distance, but he does look pretty prepared to run well today. I still think the 3 is the horse to beat at 2-1, but those are 2 other options in here that I thought made a nice appearance on the track as we are 3 minutes out from the 8th and final race. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race. They are at the post. Strings fractious in the gate. And your attention, please, at Keeneland, a late scratch, scratch number 2, Strings. Late scratch, scratch number 2, Strings, injured in the starting gate. Windows remain open. Horses moving into line once again for race 8. A reminder, number 2, Strings, a late scratch, and of course 8, Jay Boone, also scratched. Just about set to go. They are at the post. And they're off. Point of an Affair comes out for the early lead. Apollo Rising is there. Norgay kicks in down toward the inside. Master Game is also up close and now moves up into third. Here's Norgay coming up the rail. Puts ahead in front. Point of an Affair goes second. Master Game third between that pair. Apollo Rising settles back into the fourth position outward from the rail. Lucky Dude is fifth to the inside of that one. Hurry On Out is in sixth. Rough Sketch is seventh. Alfio travels in the eighth position, and Dormir is last of the 9. 22.58 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Norgay to the inside, leads it by a neck. Point of an Affair is right alongside from the second position. Lucky Dude sneaks up the rail in third. Apollo Rising is wide in fourth, 2 from the front. Master Game is fifth and is in between horses, nearly 3 lengths from the lead. Hurry On Out goes to the center of the track from the sixth position as they turn for home. Lucky Dude, a narrow lead to the inside of Norgay. Point of an Affair, Apollo Rising is next. Hurry On Out down the outside. Master Game is down toward the rail in sixth, trying to find an opening late as they move by the eighth pole. And up front, Hurry On Out strides forward. Master Game finds room between horses. Lucky Dude is still there to the inside. Hurry On Out, Master Game. Master Game has the lead, a deep stretch. Master Game to give Tyler Gaffalione his third win on the day. Hurry On Out was across the line second. Lucky Dude was third. Then Alfio and Norgay.
Like in the back at the top of the stretch, it looked like a line of horses, and all of which had a pretty decent chance of getting up for the victory. But right here, the 3 Master Game kind of musters his way through horses in between the 4 and the 1 who was fading late. We saw a late charge from the number 9, Hurry On Out at a big price, but this horse had all the momentum in the late stages of the stretch. The 3 Master Game getting up for the victory to give Tyler Gaffalione 3 winners on today's Wednesday program.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 3, Master Game, was first. The 9, Hurry On Out, was second. The 4, Lucky Dude, third. Number 5, Alfio, fourth. And number 1, Norgay, fifth. 39451, unofficial. Results are official for Keeneland's 8th race. 39451, official. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, number 3, Master Game, owned by Breeze Easy LLC of Mike Hall, trained by Mark Cassie. Tyler Gaffalione with his 3rd win on the card. Master Game, a 3-year-old gelded son of Mastery out of Exchange Cat by Exchange Rate, bred in Kentucky by Elm Tree Farm LLC and Brookfield Stud. 7 furlongs over the main track listed good, 1 minute 24.85 seconds. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5, 5 of 5, a consolation 4 of 5. And there will be a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, carryover of $34,009 when live racing resumes tomorrow, first post 1 p.m. Eastern. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.